All right, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's go.
You should be good to go. Just remind me, we're the Ton Donley game, right?
You don't have to. I don't think you have to do anything, Chris. Um,
No, I
yes.
need to change the OGS game so that the right names are up, but we're good.
Okay. Good. All right. Yep.
All right, go for it.
All right, guys.
You should
Enjoy
be
my
very
voice.
loud now.
All right, let's go. Okay, Chris, you ready? I'm ready.
Go for it. Uh,
All right.
all
All
right,
right.
sorry
Sorry
about
about
that,
that,
folks.
folks.
My
My
fault.
fault.
We are
We are
switching
switching
back
back
and
and
forth
forth
between
between
people
people
who
who
are
are
remote,
remote,
like
like
Michael,
Michael,
and
and
people
people
who
who
are
are
local,
local,
like
like
James,
James.
and
And
so
so
there
there
are
are
lots
lots
of
of
switches.
switches.
Anyway,
Anyway,
Michael is
Michael is
back,
back
and
and
he's
he's
louder
louder
than
than
ever.
ever.
So
So
over
over
to
to
you,
you,
Michael.
Michael. Okay. Great. Chris, you just don't say anything. There's a lot of echo. I will just speak and we are going to be okay. Chat, let me know if I echo too. And if I don't, then we'll be fine. Okay, welcome, guys. This is the pivotal round four of the North American Go Federation Pro qualifiers. And this is a pivotal round four. So after this round, we'll see basically who's gonna advance and who is not. The first game we're going to is Evan Tan versus Jeremiah Dunley. Evan Tan is one of the four Redmond Cup finalists, and he has done a very good job here. Jeremiah Dunley is playing white, and here we have very normal Josekis to begin. And here, this is a first very aggressive Joseki choice by white. Generally, a safe choice is to Atari and extend. However, here you can see that black has a very good a very good board going on with many white weak groups. In the game, it's about the same. So here, white chooses to settle the left-hand side first, which is very, very good. A greedy move at N3. And here we'll see how white is able to settle all these weak groups. Here with this knight's move, keep in mind this little bit of a weakness with the crosscut and the attach, it will come back into bite white in the future. This move is clearly aimed at the cross-cutting attach that we were talking about. And here, with jumps first, black makes a very good development move, still very, very even in the game. And here it was actually black with a little bit of a development advantage and going into the first fight. Now the focus is on the bottom, and we will see how this goes. Here, actually, black plays another very greedy move, Evan, and white plays a very key knight's move to attack the bottom black group. And here, black does something that's a little bit overplay as a proverbial overplay. Here, probably black was looking at this ladder. This is going to favor black. The ladder will not work. Unfortunately, for black, white has this very, very good counterattack move here. This is going to be a very, very bad position for black. And here, black would find it very difficult to continue from here. Connecting and cut would expose black to too many weaknesses on the inside. And in fact, black makes it worse by playing this honey move. When white pushes here, this is a very, very large lead for white. White is ahead by 14 points at this moment. The important thing for white to do now is to capture these two stones and then use the weaknesses in the black shape to make ice space for white, which in turn would make black not alive overall like this. This is white ahead significantly, 17.7 points. Let me know if you guys can see the OGS estimator. I will always tell you guys the score whenever I do it. Here, white has missed the golden opportunity, but he still retains a 7 point advantage. The key move here is this sideways extension move. I know it looks ugly, it looks like an empty triangle, but at this point it's a cross-cutting shape. And with the cross-cutting shapes, we usually want to extend to one side. And this is an extension more importantly than an empty triangle. So with this, black will still have to defend on the inside somehow, and then eventually, and then white can still have a big advantage in the game. In the game, white Ataris, this makes white have to fix the cutting point. And here was the second crude looking move. Here, white headbutts and then cut Ataris. It feels very, very good to roll black up into a blob. But after this, white has a 5 stone group on the bottom, which was super weak. And the process of making the bottom alive ended up also allowing black to survive. Um, at the same time. Here, possibly the best move is to just Hane and then try to survive this way. In the game, white makes another cut here, which just ends up giving black another eye space. And at the end here, black survives totally strong in the middle group, and black has taken away white's corner, made it black's corner, and black came back to play the first move on the outside. So this is how black was able to secure a very good development advantage and safety advantage overall on the board. And this move, Evan has self-professed to be a very super aggressive fighting player who never backs down from a fight, even when it is unfavorable. But here, when the game is favorable, good to see Evan play this very development oriented and defensive and thick kind of a move. This is a very, very good stretch for black. Here, this Atari and play here would be stronger. In the game, when black connected here, white has this Sente capture in the end game for white doesn't have to connect these 2 stones for better points in the end game. In the game here, white goes for the attack here, and Evan now has to get out of this last attack, basically worry-free or losses-free, and then he would be fine. In the game, white Ataris and black seizes the moment to make white live in the center. This gives black, even more development on the outside, and Evan goes back to fix the top. And here, white connects into the center. The Moyo is just way too strong to ignore. And here, Evan plays another very, very calm move into the center here. There could be better ways to do this, but after black plays here and then just blocks, giving up potentially 2 stones in the center. Now, despite white having played 2 moves straight on the upper side, white is not able to actually do any damage to black. And at the end of this exchange, this was black saving territory on the top. Black just saves the white group in the middle, and black is thick in the middle too. Black retains a 10-point lead going into the end game like this. Very, very good to see Evan play with such control of the game. And here, when black connects, this is actually a Sente move in the corner. White goes for a last gasp desperation 1,000-year code here, but here Evan turns white's attempt to play the code against white, starts the code against the white group, and uses all the endgame moves as code threats, and this just goes worse and worse for Jeremiah Donnelly. And so at the end of this, when white finally ends up filling all the outside liberties and committing to R3 to capture the black group, he was unable to find large enough code threats. And at the end of the day, at the end of the game here, when white cuts, black can connect and capture a bigger corner group. This is 31.5 points victory for black at the end here. In fact, if black was more inclined, he can leave this ko and just continue fighting it and win by even more than 31 points. But at this point, white throws in the towel. And congratulations to Evan. He finishes at 2-2. Jeremiah, better luck next time. He finishes at 0. He ends today at 0-3 without a shot at moving up. Next game, we have the battle in the same Group A, the battle between two undefeated players, Michael Xu and Guan Yusong. Michael Xu enters as a sixth dan. We talked about him playing in the Chinese professional qualifiers and finishing in the top 1/3 of the qualifiers. So it's a very, very strong contender. Guan Yusong, he is the clear favorite coming into this year's finals, having been the only player to defeat last year's champion, Bill. And so here, this is a very common opening sequence. Here, you guys may have seen this Atari move, and then black is safe to Tanuki. This jump is a unconventional move, but at this point, it is perfect. This is one of the Josekis, just not as often seen. This is perfect because white has a very good, two stones on the upper right corner. And if white makes this territory, it would be very, very big and very efficient. Joseki move is here. And the first time I saw this move was last year at the Go Congress. I also didn't know what to do. I played some kind of an extension on the bottom. Here, Michael did not play the Joseki move. He played the attach and extend and then connect. If this was the first time that Michael saw this move, this would be a big, good growing and learning experience. In the game, because black makes an extra 0-9 versus P10 exchange, this solidifies white's corner a little bit, white's side territory a little bit, and gives white a slight advantage here. This is a great way to secure Sente for black, but Joseki move is here for a good reason. Even if white plays a jump, which looks like a big territory, it's not as strong. So, okay, and here black goes for this move. This is another very, very complicated variation. And so if white blocks, this is normal. When white extends, two Josekis extend in and connect, both are fine. If white blocks, this is slightly good for black, having gotten these exchanges. So white counterattacks here, and it looks quite good. Here the Joseki goes like this, and there's some very modern Joseki where black connects and then Ataris and blocks to capture two stones. Atari is there first at S15, and at the end of this, white usually fixes the cut. At this moment, there's other stones here for white, so white may be able to do something even more efficient than normal Joseki. This is a Joseki move, and it's very popular nowadays. But again, if you haven't gotten this played against you yet, when you practice on Fox, it's very hard to come up with the proper moves in the game live. So I'm not sure if Michael has some other Joseki that he's playing with this Hane move, but the result here was after these moves, it was a more significant advantage for white. White is ahead at this point by 4.5. And after black connects and white just captures, this is even worse. This is now 10.5 points advantage for white. And because black was not willing to just survive in the corner, this is a 10-point variation. He does play this, and Michael goes for the cut. This is a case where going for, this is, he correctly identifies that he does not want the 10-point of disadvantage, but in the process of trying to fight against it, he makes it worse. And this result, it looks like white is crawling on the second line, but after this, black jumps, and white is able to capture the corner now. This is now an 18.5 point lead for white, 18.8 points to be exact. And so Guan Yu, he does not cash in all of the advantage. In fact, he goes for a very full board control oriented move here. And that is also very, very good. This is only 1 point worse than capturing the 28, 30 point group on the right hand side. The fighting here goes, again, Michael goes for a very strong response here, wrapping around, connecting to the left, but giving white some aji on the top. Um, and unfortunately for Michael, this goes even worse. This is now a 20 point lead for white. I think the lead was here, but here it was a good stretch of moves for black. I'm sure the move now is to connect, and if it's not to connect, oh, the move is not connect. Don't worry, guys. If it's not connect, it's to Atari here. Atari is there, and just capture one stone, give up the small group, and capture the corner. This would be a very good advantage for white. In fact, this exact variation like this is 25 points for white. Um, it's 19 points for white here. Okay, in the game, white does Atari, which is totally correct, but white connects. This gives black an opportunity into the game a little bit. And Michael plays super well here. He extends, and white presses, and Hanes, and then white Ataris. Now the game is much, much closer. The key move here is to Atari here on the 6th line and fight and win this ko against white. White doesn't have very strong ways of fighting back against the ko. The key here is to play when white plays this move, don't pocket the win of the ko. Play this move to continue the ko and keep fighting it, saving the two stones. In the game, um, as the game records show, Michael goes for the cut Atari, and unfortunately, this it looks like white probably captured. Game record was a little mixed up, but at the end here, and Michael may have played the outside move. The capture was made. This allowed white to cut and get out of all the troubles. And having this shape at the end here just allowed white with the move. Um, White again plays it safe to destroy black's moyo on the bottom. Just and here black picked the moyo variation instead of the living variation. But in any case, white was significantly ahead at this point. And here even white even saves the 5 stones. Black goes for the moyo, and the game would be out of reach for the younger Michael here. One good pointer for the future, if you guys are looking to come back, probably not way to come back, probably not to surround a gigantic territory, being forced to surround a big territory. Probably better to save your group and play the longer game out from there. And unfortunately here, white makes more territory on the bottom, and the black middle is just nowhere near big enough to come back. At the end of this, white is ahead by, well, we play on to the end. White is ahead by over 30 points at this point, and at the end of everything, white ends up resigning at the end. Sorry, white wins. White wins by 30. Black resigns at the end at this point. A very, very good game. Just unfortunately, in the first Joseki, a slight advantage to the more crafty, older Guan Yu, and in the second variation, a destructive group capture, which was left hanging, but still the possibility of himself a move into the next round. Evan Tan, he's 2-2. He will have a bye next round, and he will be unfortunately not moving on, even if Michael Xu loses tomorrow. Michael having the head-to-head win against Evan, so Michael has secured moving on. And Edward is 1-2. He will have a chance to go to even at the end tomorrow when Edward plays Michael Xu. Edward has a chance to move on if he wins tomorrow against Michael at 2-2 each. If that happens, we may have a three-way tie between Evan, Edward, and Michael. So actually, no one is really out of these three. Jeremiah Dunley is out, unfortunately, at last place so far. So actually, Michael has his fate in his hands. If he wins tomorrow, he moves on. Edward secures himself a tiebreak chance if he wins tomorrow against Michael, and then Evan can only watch. So that's the situation for Group 1. Now we move on to Group 2, where and we're gonna see the first. We're gonna see the number one player in Group 2 right now, Qiyo Wu, and his game will be here. Wu Qiyo, he plays Henry Zhang, the lowest ranked player in the tournament, unfortunately having all losses so far, and going up against Wu, who is an AGA, who used to be an AGA 7 dan. His current rating is AGA 6 dan. Very humbly calls himself a 6 dan, but he has played super strong and is, certainly very, very strong. So this is the most lopsided matchup of the round 4 for Group 2. And White already secures a bit of a lead in the beginning. Here, Henry plays a flat two-space extension, allows White to play the Q6 cut, and the top right Joseki also favors White slightly here. So a very comfortable game for Wu going into the mid-game. This is also a very modern Joseki, plays the headbutt, secures White, generally a sente locally with the cut coming later. Sometimes, usually black fixes the cut. So in this game, black plays m4 and white invades the left first. This is also very, very by the book. I've seen Qiyo Wu, he's played many much very AI-esque, AI-approved openings for sure. So clearly he has prepared well, and his last AGA rated game was in 2022 in the last professional qualifiers. So it's very good to see him do so well. And this game continues to the left hand, and here by securing this very strong counter attack against the left hand side group, White was able to secure the left hand side white group, and this is a desperation code if I've ever seen one. At this point, White is ahead by 6.5 points, not as much as expected. 6.5 only, but once Black played the desperation code here, White is now ahead by 26. So very interesting. I think what has to happen now is Black has to go for this kind of a trade. This is still very good for for White. So, anyways, maybe AI is just waking up. Yeah, another White is up by 13 points, not 6.5, just a bad read. Okay. Anyways, White has to play this move now. This is how you punish someone who plays a lot of these desperation codes. You ignore and play something that's super big, and then you win the code only at the last moment. Remember, we saw a game earlier today where that was done. Evan Tan's game versus Jeremiah Dunley. Ignore the code until the end when you have to win the code, and then win the code. So this game ended over at this moment. Black plays the Desperation Code, white connects. Black was able to secure the all-important wedge and connect. And when white played this capture, this was only a 12 and a half point lead for white. Um, and black resigned at this point, Henry. Um, he probably resigned because there was no way to secure all the liberties against the white group. And the only way he could do that was to play this. However, if black does play this, this is still it's a very unfavorable ko, but still it's a ko and it's a one-step ko, and maybe, at this exact shape is only white ahead by 10. So so this definitely had a very long game ahead, but I can see why, black is upper side is very white and the left hand side is basically dead. So and given how the tournament has gone, Henry has lost all his games as a four dan in the pro qualifiers, so he calls it quits at the moment. I can't help but feel that if he had won more games, I'm sure he would have had more fight in him. Um, Anyways, it's still very, very good to see Henry play in the pro qualifiers. And you don't have to win the pro qualifiers for the pro qualifiers to be very, very helpful for you going. To be very helpful for you. It's a very, very good practice in very high pressured situations. Next, we'll go to the game that finished last. This is Zhou Yuan versus Zhu Wanqi. And Wan Qi, he is a 5 dan. His rating is very close to 5.0. Yuan Zhou's peak rating 10 years ago was 8, HA 8 dan. Nowadays, his rating stabilizes at around 6.3. And we talked about how Yuan Zhou's game is very peculiar. His 7 dan, when it's the first 100 moves, when he has an hour left on his clock, and he plays like a 3 dan when he's in time pressure in Bio Yomi. He frequently loses on time. So this is where this format in this tournament with 1 hour and 15 minutes plus 1 minute long Bio Yomi times, perhaps this is very helpful for him. This game in the beginning here, if black wants to play, this would be the way to go. This is only slightly good for white. Black jumps. This is very aggressive, but here white was able to find a very good attack with this honey move. Still, black needs to play just allow this Atari to happen. I know it looks very bad, but actually very interesting here. Um, Perhaps black needs to start giving up some value here. In the game, black sort of panics a little and plays the Hane move. This results in white having a super strong Panuki and the right hand side shape, which is 5 spaces. This is too much territory. And at this point, white is ahead by a comfortable 6 points. Um, okay, the game continues, and at this point, um, um, this is about an even exchange, and here Yuanzhou goes for another invasion. Yuanzhou is a very, very slow player. He really likes to take his time. At this moment, white has a 4.9 point lead, but this wedge gives black a chance to come back into the game. Now, the key move is to, again, with these codes, remember you want to make the codes as uncommitted to as possible. If this happens, use this Atari as a code threat. This shape is white only ahead by half of a point, 0.7 points. In the game, Wan Qi, he goes for a commitment to winning the ko, and that's gonna make losing the ko that much more painful for him. And therefore now, when black goes for the Atari, he has to capture, and here this result was 11 points of lead for white. this happened, this looks like almost the same shape, but here black can connect, and this is only a half a point lead for white. Very, very interesting how to maximize these codes. By committing, he made the code so heavy for black that losing the code was very bad. And your opponent always does whatever you fear the most, which is winning the code. And despite this exchange, despite making a Panuki in the center, this is now a very significant lead for white. And this would be relatively stable until over here when white goes for an attack against the black group. And unfortunately for black in this case, this attack resulted in a cove to live for black, and this just made the lead for for white even bigger. And at the end here, white now has a 38-point lead, and everything just fell apart in the middle of the board despite the Panuki shape earlier. And this game was very instructive on how codes can be used or not used to gain or lose significant amounts. And so not much happened the rest of this game, and the resignation happened at this point with white ahead by 27.5 points. So after this game, we go on to the last game of Group 2. This one was between two very strong contenders. Daniel Zhou, the one of the only two 7-dance AGA rated 7-dance in the game in the tournament. The other honorary 7-dan Chiyo by just how strong he plays. But Daniel's the only real like AGA rated 7-dan, and Eric Yoder having several semi-final finishes in the pro qualifiers. They start with this Joseki here. Ladder favors white, so this extend is possible. And this Joseki is about even, slightly good for black. Half a point, don't worry. The fighting continues, and here Eric does a good job blobbing up the black shape, slightly good for white, but overall very even. However, here here, white was able to make a very good base here. This turn is a huge move. Next, later, this Peep and Hane can, this makes black's corner really small, like barely 10 points in the corner. So this is white taking a lot of value, very alert and good play by white here. This was a very interesting exchange, and here. Here, white actually takes a bit of an advantage, but white had, still very even. White had to come up with this move, which would be keeps the game very even. And the key here is when black Ataris here, don't save the one stone. Here, white goes for the connect, and this way, unfortunately, allowed black to extend very happily in Sente. And because black got this in Sente, black actually has a 3.5 point lead at this point. And here, this was just holding on for white, and here black jumps, and here this middle game would be very interesting. Eric Yoder goes for this invasion move. Black's bottom looks very big, of course. Good idea. Black has a 5-point lead here, and after this Joseki, black still retains a 4.5 point lead. However, Eric Yoder goes for very good, like try to grab everything, invade everywhere kind of moves. And this would turn out to be a very good strategy going forward. Here, black still has a 4-point lead, but this slow knight's move, which is very thick, but looks like a fine move, this would even up the game. Eric goes for very practical peeps here, and then strengthens the bottom a little bit, and then strengthens the right hand side, basically tries to get everything. It was here when black invades on the top with K16 that the game has turned around slightly in favor of white. Um, Very, very interesting shapes here. Here, one strong move is to attach and hane. Another strong move is to invade, peep here and then make an extension and also peep into the center. Another, of course, is figuring out how to attack the bottom. In the game, this move would be a little too slow, and even though black was able to peep here and connect back, this game now favors white slightly, and with this like super normal looking move here, this actually now is a 7 point white lead. This move being too slow for 5 points. The key here was black needed to really go for some attack on the bottom and then to hold on to the top with this Hane move. Um, the capture against the outside black stones being not that big given how white is already totally safe. But how could you not play this headbutting move? It's such a good looking move. So white was the first player to play N4, and this one really strengthens the most important area that white really needed to strengthen on the bottom here. And black is not totally alive, so this just gave white extra Sente moves, made black capture one stone, which was against the super alive position on the right for white. This was a tremendous display of like trying to get all the valuable areas in the game by Eric Yoder. And here, Eric was able to take an 8.5 point lead here into the end games. Very interesting. Here, black was reduced to surrounding a relatively small looking center, and white plays the final very big Sente, reverse Sente endgame here, and now white would have a significant advantage, 10.5 points here. Here, the important thing is to play these moves and then extend here from this side, and that's the 10 points. The turn is not as big as this Hane and connect, and at this point, white lead is less than 10 points. At this point, it was even less at 7 points. And here, black goes for a very nice sequence of moves. Unfortunately for black, even though this feels very, very fun for black, rode white up into a B2 bumper shape and then have this code to capture more white stones. This was just a very unheavy code for white at the end. If white just secures this in Sente, um, the capture of the three stones is just not that big. And so for white, the moves here are to just take the endgame moves, and then instead of the middle peep, just jump or this move or the squeeze. Um, or connect, that would also be a good enough for white. In the game, they go for the ko. White goes for this peep, and black goes for the ko. The turn making for a very, very good ko threat, and here white gives black an opportunity. White peeps, this would not be a ko threat. Daniel seizes it, and Atari's here. This really escalates the ko, but black does have the turn for ko threats, the next move being this Atari unstoppable here. So that was a ko threat. White has one local ko threat, but black has one more. And so after this exchange, white captures black's very large corner, but black was able to destroy all of the white bottom and capture this whole thing. White's lead is down to 3.7 points. And White's lead is down to just a single 1.0 point. So a super great exchange. Very, very interesting. Definitely the closest and most interesting game of the round. Black again plays a very reasonable honey move, but this was looked down upon for in the eyes of the AI. I think the AI wants black to go from the other side, but it's not at all clear what exactly, how to exactly do this. It's very, very hard, even for me to come up with a move that AI likes. Anyways, he goes for this and the cut, and this one, even though this would secure, um, the two stones, white is ahead by 1.9 at this point. Very, very close. 2.1 point lead for white. Some here, I got the feeling that Daniel probably expected this game to be way more in his favor than the actual game was, and so Daniel plays the slow move that ended his chances in this game. This protecting and strengthening the right hand side group. This allowed white to capture this one, and the ins and outs. This is now white ahead by 5.4 points. If you guys are wondering why the AI often has non-rounded points, this is because it's an uncertain game even in the eyes of the AI. So the estimate is 5.4. After this peep, it's 7.1 and so on. And here, Black played another defensive move inside the territory at K18. He's fixing shenanigans such as this move, this peep, maybe something like this. I wasn't able to find anything that worked for white, so I could only say that when the game was on the line and super close, Daniel probably misjudged the position and expected to be winning and played um, R13 and K18 slow moves, slow and small moves, and so white would end up winning this one by a lot. White has a 12.5 point lead at this point, and at the end here there would be one more end game mistake here by black, losing another stone here, and in the end he loses by a whopping 16.5 points at the end. So congratulations to Eric Yoder, and don't worry, Daniel still has a chance. This was definitely the best game of the match of the round. Going into the last round, we have Chiyo Wu with 4-0 wins. He is clearly moving on and in first place. Maybe in first. No. Actually, he plays Eric Yoder. So Eric Yoder is 3-1. If Eric wins tomorrow, he would move on in first place, having the head-to-head win. Yuan Zhou is also 3-1. He plays against Daniel next, I believe. He plays against Daniel Zhou next, and if Daniel is at 2-2. Yuanzhou is at 3-1. If Daniel wins tomorrow, Daniel would be 3-2, and Yuanzhou would be 3-2 as well. Daniel would have the head-to-head over Yuanzhou. Eric, if he loses tomorrow, he would win the head-to-head against Daniel, also at 3-2. But also Yuanzhou beats Eric Yoder, so we could also have a three-way tie for second going into tomorrow. Eric has his fate in his hands because if he wins, he is clearly moving forward in first place. Yuanzhou, oh no, actually, if Yuanzhou also wins tomorrow, he would be 4-1. He beat Eric. Eric beats Chio um, and yeah. So potentially we could have a three-way tie at first place as well tomorrow. Big toss-up. Even though Chio is 4-0, he's not totally guaranteed to move on tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow morning, guys. Final round. Um, very, very good games. This is Michael Chen. I'm signing out. Good luck to all the contestants. It's very rare to have such a open field and possibilities into the last round. You guys are all the best. We said this that even if you don't are not able to win the pro qualifiers, it can be still a very good and development and great experience for an improvement experience. So good luck to all the contestants and have fun. And you guys are the best. See
Thank
you
you.
guys tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Michael. Great analysis as always. Really appreciate it. Thanks for everybody's patience, and thanks for the great evaluation of the standings as well. So just to recap, 8 o'clock, Michael Redmond will be here. He will select some games from today's rounds. He will go do some deep dives as he always does. As Michael just said, we'll be back tomorrow morning with round 5. And as he was alluding to, there may have to be some tie-break games in the afternoon. So we'll keep you posted. And if not, if everything gets resolved in the morning, I'll talk to Ihan now. But I think Ihan was originally thinking if everything gets resolved, then they may just go right into the semifinals tomorrow afternoon, or they may take the afternoon off. That is in Ian's capable hands, and we will let you know. So we will definitely see you at 8 for Michael Redmond and at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and we will see what happens after that. So we'll keep you posted, and we will definitely be seeing Michael Chen again. Michael, thanks so much. We really appreciate it.
See you guys.
All right, take care. We'll see you guys at 8 o'clock.